Good evening, everybody. Welcome in. How are you all doing today? Hamster, how is it going? Well, shit. Alright, back it up. I am currently getting ready to do the diluted fuel. Just running the water line over to the blenders for this process. Trying to get over here to where the rest of my water stuff is. So last time we managed to get the end of this morning's episode, we managed to get the coated cable done. Now we've got to get the diluted fuel so we can do the recycled rubber and plastic. That will be next. How's it going, Dumpy? Then after that, we will do the smokeless powder. Yep, FS25 isn't far off now. I should make this more centrally located over here if possible. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Already lags too much, you don't have the money. There's a lot of people that share that sentiment, honestly. That, you know, the problems with FS22 being what they are, where they fixed with 25, who knows? I should have gone out one more. Visually, it looks great. You know, I'm hoping things are much better in 25, but ultimately, time will tell. I'll leave that there for a minute. Let's get our pump put in down on this end. Now I gotta figure out where I'm going to actually set up the Ooh, excuse me. There. We'll figure out where we're gonna set up the actual extractors. Alright, we're gonna mirror the other one. We're gonna come across the top of this structure. There. Do one of those. 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 Yeah, I mean, teach their own. I mean, some people, it's going to be a money issue. With what they've experienced in 25, they may want to spend their money elsewhere. There's a lot of good games coming, so teach their own. I don't judge either way. I received a copy of the game, so I'll be playing it. I'll make my own judgments once I start playing it. I have many concerns. We'll see if those concerns bear out. But we know too little about the game at this point to judge whether they do or don't. I know I've long been vocal about some of the decisions Giants have made in regards to how they excuse me, how they handle some of their DLCs and some of that information. I'm not a fan. I feel they do a much better job with it. There's no end railing? Really? That's weird. But there was one that had an end railing on it. Well, we'll make one. Yes, not a fan of that at all. I think that's, you know, fucking really crap. One other thing that I know has been mirrored by people I know is that requiring DLCs for people playing in multiplayer. If I happen to have it enabled, that means you have to have it enabled, and it really does make for it makes it more difficult to play with certain people, because if you say have the Kubota pack installed and you're playing your game and now somebody wants to join and they don't have the Kubota pack, well, they can't join. But if you have that equipment already purchased on the map and you disable the DLC, now the Kubota equipment disappears off the map. You know, it does. It splits the community big time. So, again, while I enjoy Farming Simulator, I do, it has some fundamental flaws in Giants' philosophy. And unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to learn the lesson that needs to be learned, as far as like, hey, there could be some fundamental changes here that greatly widen the community. if you put a little effort into it. And I had hoped when they went self-published, all right, great, they get to keep a little bit more of the profits. They're self-published now, so yada yada yada. That they would use some of those additional funds to improve the game. And I don't know yet if that's borne out, but it doesn't seem to have. You'll put it that way. That's another thing that's going to be a big one with this particular game is, in reality, some people don't have the money for the new Xbox that they're going to need, or the new PlayStation. Because it's no longer on the previous gen consoles. So that's something to consider. No, it's not console only, but not everybody can afford a gaming PC because the specs jumped up with this particular version. So it's not. I mean, it's not like you can just go buy a $400 PC at Walmart and play the game. You know, it takes a little more oomph to play the game because they raised the minimum specs with this particular version. You want to do that shit? Then I will bypass you. You'll be a fake fucking hole. So we do that. No, it's definitely not console only. But you know, one issue that a lot of people had with 22 was concerns about the limitations in the game, hardware-wise. Like, why didn't they do certain things? And it's like, oh, well, they're handicapped by console hardware. So now they've ditched the previous gen consoles. It should, in theory, give more free room on the hardware side. Because they had a higher level to which they could expand their capabilities. But at the end of the day, it's still the same Giants engine with some minor improvements to it. How's it going to run? We don't know until we get a hold of it, right? You know, they claim they increased performance and all this other stuff. Well, they claim the same thing from 19 to 22. But then you add in all these new features that require performance, and the net gain really isn't there. That makes sense? So it will be interesting to see how the game actually plays. We won't know until we get a hold of it. You know, I'm a fan of larger maps. Not pumping. All right. No, I'm a fan of larger maps. 4x, 16x. So to sit there and go, hey, the game's great, but then it completely dies. Oh, never mind, there it goes. The minute you add a slightly larger map, you know, you can very quickly, excuse me, outdo the performance of the system, the Giants engine. When you're talking bigger maps, and everybody's response is, "Oh, well, just play regular-sized maps. It's too small for me. I don't enjoy the game at that level." Not against anybody else, but I prefer bigger maps. I came from console where I was very limited in my mods and my map sizes, so I enjoy the larger maps, but that's me. And the simple answer of, well, just play a regular sized map doesn't cut it for me. The engine should be perfectly capable of handling a 4x size map. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. We don't know until we get it in our hands, right? All right, recycled plastic, recycled rubber. 30 a minute, which means 10. I want to try and do this. If I have to, we'll overclock. But I need to make sure that this next row of refineries is it. Because I want to save a row for future use. So we need to get our recycled rubber, our recycled plastic, and our smokeless powder in this next row. You take 10 per, and I have 110, I think, dedicated to it. Or no, was it 100? Yeah, it was 110. No, 120. 120 dedicated to this. So I could do a group of 6, a group of 5, a group of 5. Give them a little bit of spacing so that they somewhat spread from each other. It's blueprints, manufacturing. I'll go a little bit forward. I want to. I think we're gonna bring it back. Because I will have plastic and rubber coming back up for these first 2 sets. And I can always hoop it back in this way. 1. Leave a gap of a little bit. 2. 3. Get rid of all that. All right. Wait a second. Hold on. That's right. These need to run at 200%. You're going to be smokeless powder. It's running at 200%. There. I know it's not necessary, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Just cause. What's up, Tigger? Think about it, is I have to spend $500 on an Xbox or PlayStation and another $100 to get the game. It's only $70. I say that. Doing all right, Tigger, considering. I say it's only $70, but unless you want the year one season pass, then yeah, it's basically $100, which is ridiculous for a farm sim game. All right, this row here, let's lose these. What we can do is we can put this on regular mergers. No worries there, Hamter. I spent the last 2 days stripping the shingles off of my bathroom roof and getting it resheathed and back to a point of at least being watertight. Which is not my idea of a fun time. especially not in my state. I had my son helping me, but he doesn't know enough about the building trades to really know what he's doing, so it was a lot of, hey, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that, and then trying to get him to do it. Yep, it is time that I grow the production. So that's what we're working on right now. Trying to get things set up for our different processes. I mean, the rubber and plastic is great. This isn't really necessary and won't really be used until later. The smokeless powder, that's something I'm going to come back to. Luckily, it's not going to really affect too greatly my plans in the short term. I need to set up product inflows for these two lines here. And I painted them the wrong goddamn color. Dummy. That one's the right color. This one needs to be this color though. To be that color because it's gonna be fuel, stupid. All right, now we also need to have crap. This is gonna be annoying. I should have looked at that first. Alright. Well. It is what it is, I guess. Actually, can I manage this in a straight? Hey, I love that. So good. Alright, top one we can kind of ignore for now. Help if I could learn to count. Really? There we go. What's going on, KW? How you doing tonight, buddy? Alright, and we need splitters. All down along here. Screw you, you don't want to line up. Kidding me? And annoyingly, when I tried to snap it to the output of the, or the input of the conveyor pipe, or conveyor lift, it was instead trying to snap to the pipe. Alright, so, again, top one we're going to functionally ignore for now. Bottom one is our plastic, which means it needs a little bit of rubber coming into it as a feed loop. I don't want to use the rubber on the other end. I want these two to propagate each other. The plastic and the rubber here. Let's take this one and this one. So this is going to be plastic and needs to feed this one here. I'm going to turn it this direction. This one here. Alright, and we need Well, that's unfortunate. Manage. We will manage, as I said. Alright, so if you're going to come out of here, we're going to come down here because this is going to be the rubber coming out. And it needs to come to... If I tilt you in the other direction. There we go. Alright, so we will have product come out this side as needed, product come out that side as needed, for us to be able to use for our productions. Everything else is going to go up that way, but we can't have these stopping, so we're going to need 2 separate sinks. One for each of them. Make sure we don't have a belt back up. So production, overflow to sink. Bad placement. Do a little bit of job with that, shall we? Go. Like that. Kind of. I guess. Maybe. Actually, let's see if we can't. Oh, excuse me, line this up with that. We can. Perfect. Same idea. Like so. And this is going to be overflow. And we'll take production off of that side. Theoretically. Alright. So this line over here needs rubber going in, which is going to be coming from that one. So you should theoretically be able to go to there. Which will go feed rubber up into the plastic. So plastic will come out here, feed the rubber, go this way. Usage cases will come off of these, and the other two will make sure that things stay sunk if it backs up. Theory. It will need a little bit of seed product, which I will feed into them manually here in a minute. Let's get it powered up. Mr. Champ 3630 coming in with a tier 1 resub. Thank you very much, Champ. Greatly appreciate it. How you doing today, buddy? I'm doing alright, I guess, all things considered. Absolutely sore as hell from spending 2 days doing a roof that's only half finished. But I'm surviving. I've only gotten a couple hours of sleep, so I'm gonna probably go till around like 2 in the morning. And then I'm going to go try and get some more sleep because I've got to bring my wife's car to the shop tomorrow. And it's an hour-and-a-half drive to the fucking dealership. Well, a little less, about an hour drive. Annoying. But there you have it. Alright, we just need to get the fuel hooked up to these now. Should be this one and that one, and we should have fuel over here. Alright, so we've got fuel right here. That one's going to have a bit of a convoluted path to get. We're going to get this hooked up, at least for the moment. That's heavy oil, but hey, wanted to get it done before I forget about it. That is for the smokeless powder. Should be currently filling these. Alright. Now, this needs to go down that way and split between those two. So what I ultimately want to do is I want to have this one here. In this direction. And I want it to meet halfway in the middle here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 3/4. One, 2, 3 and a half or so. If I put this around about there, I guess. Around about there, I guess. Alright, fittings. Bang, bang. Bang. Color. You should have these filling with fuel. Keyword should. Alright, let's assist the process, shall we? Should assist you idiots in making fuel. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Math not mathing. Brain did not brain. Brain did not brain. I've got the 150 coming in. But I'm only making 300 fuel. I can't be doing 300 to each process, can I? Nope. What ultimately might happen Wait a second, let me think of this. We're making 400 rubber over here. Rubber. Yeah, not using it. Not using it. Don't care. Circuit board, maybe? We'll be using it there. Alright, never mind. I was about to say, like, what if I just did away with recycled rubber and did all recycled plastic? And fed it via the piece over there. functionally seeded that. It shouldn't take too long to back up. I just want to make sure that, alright, plastic backed up first, because I fed it first. There we go, we got plastic functionally backed up now. We're still not backed up on the rubber yet. Alright, we have plastic heading to the sink. Rubber should be getting, yep, fairly close to backing up as well. And we now have rubber heading to the sink. Excellent. How many coupons I have in here? Yeah, only 274. I'm not syncing a lot of products yet. I don't know if I'm going to necessarily focus on that right now. There, we get that going. This is going. The only thing we haven't done is the smokeless powder. I'm not worried about my ammunition stuff right now, so it can sit idle. Means I'll make a little less plastic. How much black powder would it take to run this? We need more black powder to be able to make Nobelisks out of, too. Alright, let's take a quick look. I want to be able to make like 2 of these. How much smokeless powder are we going to be making? 240 smokeless powder. Obelisks take black powder, this takes that. So if I did 2 of those, that's 20 of my smokeless powder. But it means making 10 Nobelisks a minute, and I still want some for mine, so I could do 3 of these, actually. Do 3 of these. Let me start notes here. So 3 cluster Nobelisks, which uses 30 smokeless powder. Leaves me 210. I've got a lot of smokeless powder I'm gonna have. Okay. We need what, 2 rifle ammo, maybe? which means we'll be using 20 there. We'll be using 30 there. That's 50 out of 240. Perhaps I should have thought this through a little bit better. Because I could have broken this up, diverted more to blenders for recycled rubber and plastic. Thankfully, at this point, everything's already built, but I can underclock, overclock, overclock, and just change a couple pipes over here. Because we'll put some smokeless powder into storage and overflow if need be to keep this running. But we're making far too much. We'd be making 240. Best case, I need 60. Which is a very drastic change over where we're at. So 60 instead of... I make 20 a piece on normal. Alright, if I do that, that's only using 60. Instead of 120. Heavy oil is only going to get me 40 smokeless powder. It's not enough. Problem is I want to have a multiple of 30 here on the outflow of this. So if I go to 120 on each of these, I know we need far more plastic than we do rubber, but let's see. If I got a 120 on each of these, what's it do to... That uses an extra 10 per on the heavy oil residue. So for every 10, I can overclock these by 20%. What's going on, Matt? And if I'm consistent, so for every 30, we send this way. I have 120 I can split up. If I bring this back to 60 and add that extra 60 into there, right? Because we've got 10 flowing in this direction. This makes 20. Or wait, sorry, no. 10 split off of this one here. Plus 25 and 50 makes 60. So if I cut this at this point, so we cut that there, that should give me... No, I'm only making 110. That's right. So doing that doesn't really... It's awkward numbers because of where I have these things positioned. So, what if we instead do... And if we add 50, that'd be adding 100, but it doesn't do us any good. But if we can bring these up to 30 be 60 off, would only leave 50. That leaves awkwardness in how we split up the fluid. If we do 45 over to this process, would that get us to 130? Yes, it would. 130 indeed. Gets us to 390. On our outflow. And then I overclock the plastic side by a couple. You know, if we overclock 2 of the plastic and 1 of the rubber, rubber makes up for the... Actually, if we just did the 3 plastic, that would be an extra, what, 90 plastic a minute, or rubber a minute? How much are we making over here? We're making 300. And we would be using 7, we'd be using 8, 240 of it. Doesn't leave a lot of extra rubber. But we've got a fair amount of other rubber sources coming in too. So we've got rubber over there, which functionally I should actually just take that rubber and tie it into that other set. Same with the plastic. But I don't want to yet for the Mark 6 belts. So, because I don't have them yet. So we could... Yes, we could in theory... Again, taking 45 out of here is odd number 2. Which makes for nice, easy math, you know what I mean? But if I took 50 out of here, diverted it to this, we just have to play around with the numbers over there. Which I think I like that more than continuing with the excess amount of this, because even 6 of these is going to be 120 smokeless powder, which is a huge amount. I'm going to cut this here. I'm going to drop in this right here. Wait a minute, I did just make a freaking foundation today. Oh yeah, I did, never mind. Right in front of your face. You made one, but deleted one at the same damn time. You're slick Rick about it. I mean, ultimately, it makes this a little bit more difficult of a jump, but because you can't. Wall support go down in height. So it means this has to travel further up. Like yay. Then it means we take this, take that out, we put these in here, do this number like this, there to there, lose that and that. Tie this to that. Hope with the extra hole there, we're still getting that. And then we've got 50 to deliver into these, which means functionally just overclocking one 200%. Makes life easy math. We now have 400 to divide up amongst these. So if I go 30, 60, 90, come over here to you, and we want to output 80. There we go. Bingo, math is fixed. How's it going, Sim Game Matt? Been a rather rough couple of days. I had to teach my son how to reshingle a roof, or, well, redo a roof. Words. They are hard. Nope. Luckily, it's not a big roof, but it took me 2 days to strip all the shingles, get the new sheathing on, and get the ice and water shield up. Now I'm gonna give myself the week to recover, and next weekend, hopefully do the metal roofing that's going on it. What's going on, Wheels? There, that project is complete. Smokeless powder can be for a slightly later project. Because we would need, what, 120? Oh, excuse me. 120 black powder. But then I need enough to be able to make my Nobelisks. It's making us 120. Let's take a look at this again. This uses 10 a minute. If I do 4 of those, that means I need to be making 30 Nobelisks a minute to cover the clusters. Which means I want 4 of these now. So I also have Nobelisks for myself as well. Which means I need 80 black powder for that. And then the rest can go into rifle ammo. Which just requires 10 apiece. We have 40, I got 120, so if we do what, like 5 here. That brings me to 90. Lets me put some smokeless powder into stock in case I need it for anything else. And sink some. Because, you know, if I'm not using it. And then with that much, I'd have 225 on that. It would let me make 1 turbo rifle ammo. No, I'd have 375. Do the math, do the math. So then it lets me do 2 turbo rifle ammo. And we're good. Now, obviously I can't set all this stuff up because some of these things like the copper sheets, the casings, I just don't have being manufactured yet. So we're going to say it's a later date item. But that means I need 80 black powder for that, plus 20 for each of these. It's another 120. I need 200 black powder. Alright, so we will get to that. Yes, Kiston, hello. What can I do for you? Alright, so we get rid of that. Smokeless powder, we're going to leave it on the list. Because it's an incomplete item, technically. Time for me to blow my keyboard out. All the cat hair. Alright. We got the cable done. That was our big reason for this whole side quest. Or side mission thing. Squirrel moment. It's all for cable. We also functionally gained some extra rubber, plastic, and stuff out of it. So, all in all, not an unsuccessful day. I should, however, do that. The rubber and the plastic. That's right, I'm not making a lot of rubber right now because of the So what I should do is add a merger here somewhere. I'm not using a lot of cable. I'm not making a lot of rubber at the moment. So I should do that. We should shift the rubber in this direction and not in that direction. Which allows us to come here. Naturally, directly into the pipe supports. There we go. This lets us feed rubber back into this production. And as a matter of fact, it lets us get rid of that one over there. So we now have an additional overflow on the system. Actually, what we can do is lose all of this, so we don't have this little wonkified frickin' motion going on over here. There we go. Now, we have rubber going into storage for us. We don't have a lot of it at the moment. Well, I mean, we have plenty, but it simplifies things. Now we have our rubber output in one place. And a couple of the yeah. Oh, hello. Really? Alright, so cable was one of the ones we needed to get rid of. I know encased industrial beams are one that we're not producing right now. We need to get back under production. So let's go work on that one. How's it going, UTV? Not that floor. This floor. Since we're making pipe and stuff right here, why don't, and the concrete's already on this side and everything, why don't we make encased industrial beams on this floor? Down over here. And we're making them out of the pipe. Question is, how much do we need? Because we need them in the modular frame. Basically, we'll be using them in the modular frames, because the uranium fuel rods, I think we use the alternate on that. The uranium fuel units. Let's double check that. I think it's the uranium fuel units we need to make, not the... Yeah, the uranium fuel units. So the only thing we're going to be using encased industrial beams in are going to be the heavy modular frames. So we don't need an astronomical amount of these things. Would you think head's been spinning for what feels like weeks, but you're trying to manage? Sorry to hear that through UTV. Which we use the heavy encased frames to avoid the screws. You really only need 10 industrial beams a minute for those. So if I take the pipe off this line to make encased industrial beams, actually, what if I just made it out of regular beams? Because I only need like maybe 3 of these things. Well, no, it's 10 a minute. And that does chew up a lot of beams. No, it's the same mic I've had for a while. It just moves back and forth from my face at times. And it's also 11 o'clock. I'm trying to keep it down, so if I'm a little less volume-esque, that could be it. I think we go with the standard recipe. Sound different than you remember last time you were here? Probably your ears playing tricks on your UTV. That or my pain levels are doing that much to me. Alright, hold on a second. Let's see. What are we making for beams? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so really we only have 13 here is what I'm getting at. Yes, 13. We have 585 on the beams. The only use I've come up with them is for we need a little bit there. We were going to use some here. So, I mean, realistically, all we planned on using the 4 screws to make the modular frames. Yeah. So we're making a crap ton of... Let's use the regular recipe. We'll set up like 6 of these. Maybe 8. Should provide a decent amount of encased industrial beams. We only figured on... No, because we're gonna need more than that for modular frames. I had figured on 22 plus. I want to get around 30 pressure conversion cubes. And I know these are a big use in the fused frames. It's 1-to-1 there. So if we're using up 30 here, I had figured on having these overclocked and then slooped for these assemblers. So each one would be putting out 560 or 6 of these at least. Excuse me, I only needed 15 fused frames for that. But we also need fused frames for some of these. And then some for us. So if we need 15, call it 16 here. Maybe 20. Which means the heavy modular frames, we need at least 20. Call it 25 to be safe. So we have some for our building. Which this is a really bad math here. So let's just put this at 3. 3 makes 10. So 10 makes 3. And I said 25. Nine is an easier number at 27. We need 90 encased industrial beams for that process. Which would be 15. And then some for us. If we're using this process, that'd be 15. Maybe 2 of these for us. 17 of these at 18 per a minute. It's only 300. Some beams for us for building purposes. And then screws were 5 per minute to make massive amounts of screws. Just mostly for the modular frames. Alright. Modular frames, we needed 8 into 3 on this. Yeah, 8 into 3. And I said 9 of these, so that'd be 72 of those. Plus building uses and stuff like that. 72. How much reinforced iron plate was I making? Because I remember I did a bunch of reinforced iron plate for my modular frames and building uses. Yeah, it's very likely what it is. Me just being a little bit quieter. It's a good possibility. $35 a minute. And it was mostly for this recipe here. Ooh. Yeah, I just said I needed 72 for the heavy modular frames. We're making 90 there. Or the ability to make 90 total. What else do modular frames get used in besides the heavy modular frames? Building stuff. Those, and we need some for this. Like, one of those machines. Alright. So basically nothing there. If I make 80 modular frames a minute, that leaves a reinforced iron plate on the table. So 80 would be, what, 16 of these. 16 times the screws of 140 a minute. 2240. And then we divide that by 52. $43 machine. Really? Wait a minute. No. Sorry. It's 52 it makes per beam. It makes it at 260. Okay, that makes a little more sense. So 8 and change. We're only going to use about 40 beams there. We've got plenty of beams. We'll use the regular steel beams or encased industrial beams. Because we're making so many of them, we might as well use them, right? So what we'll do is we'll peel off the steel beams. Steel beams are over this way. In, they go down. All the way to our storage floor, I know that much. somewhere in this conglomeration of a mess. Here. Alright, so we can come out of the front of this. We could then split. Be able to go off to screw production and whatever else. Actually, what I should do should get this up onto the correct level. Which sticks it right in here or way up here. I'd have to go way up here to be able to do what I want to do with it. Alright, I guess we're going way up here. Not a big deal, we can do that with a lift. What I was thinking is if I put a smart splitter on it, I could set the overflow to come over this way to a sink. Eventually I want to try and make some of this stuff on put more stuff on splitter, smart splitters, so we don't have backups in production. But right now I'm not too worried about it, so we'll just use a standard splitter. Well, I'll put a smart splitter in, I just won't put a there. Alright, I wanted to do the encased industrial beams over that way. Can run north-south right here. I should say east-west. Do I go that far down? I want to leave room for more pipe production. That's where the concrete's all going to be produced. Yeah, we're going to stick it off on its lonesome. It's just belting. Alright. Damn it. How many of these things did I say I was going to make now? 27. So I needed 90. There's 15. Go to 18. Oh, I said 17 though, right? Let's go to 18. We have the extra steel beams. Yeah. So they're done in an assembler. My hands. We may need to put more concrete on them. Oh, that's a factor. That's a big factor. That's a lot of concrete. Then again, production-wise, we're not far off of this. So we just may have to put another concrete line on. Not a big deal. So 18 assemblers. Do I have a blueprint for 18 assemblers? Why, yes, I do. Need 648 on the concrete. It shouldn't be a problem. Keyword. Fourth one in. 2, 3. Well, that sucks. That's already occupied. What if we go up here? Both of these items. Or, better yet, instead of going all the way up, don't like how you can't. Like, easily do that. Defeats the purpose of what I wanted to do. Alright, that one's occupied, as I said. So we could go up here. Both of those. See, what I should do is the smelting stuff like this down here, I should poke out of the floor and save these for going up. That's what I should do. Do I make that change right now? How hard would it be to move these two? Those two shouldn't be a hard move. Just shift them back this way. Then it frees both of those to go up to my steel. Gotta make sure they get attached to the right. Damn it. Right ones, then we don't cross-contaminate melts. That would suck. There we go. Now we can use this one. Concrete. Alright, so we got concrete coming out there. We also have concrete coming out there. So, this concrete here, how much of it am I... Actually, I think this is the line I'm using fully over... I know where I'm utilizing that line. Let me go check it. See how much of it we're using. We need 648 for this process. How much of this line are we using yet? Fine, be that way. Concrete goes up, up, up and away. Goes out here. Turns down this way, so it's being used for the steel molded beams. Using 80 per, and I have 13 here. 1040. Alright. That one's being utilized, and that's right, because I shifted the production to accommodate for that. The other concrete is coming over here and being used this, of which we have 187. Oh, 187 apiece. 12 of them. $673, so yeah, I need to bring another concrete line on production for those. Not a big deal. let's go back through here so we can plug up my holes I made. We'll continue the steel beams up and in, and then we'll go look at bringing another concrete line on production. Alright, and what we can do is we can pass the concrete straight up to it. Because it'll be upstairs here. We can just pass it right up. Which means I can utilize this one here. Do one of these numbers. Yep. Does break my rule slightly as far as being on the second level here, which I'm not a fan of. So why don't I 2, 3, 4 there. Coming on this line, 1, 2. Should be here. And I don't need these because I keep forgetting we have this nice lovely straight function. There we go. Alright, if we're bringing concrete online, I'm going to do another chunk of concrete using the silica. I had done this as, what, 10, 20, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so that's 20, 40. $600 silica. And right now we're making, we get 2 lines making 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 26 of these. Thank you, Mr. Vito, for the hydrate stretch. Good evening to you, sir. Oh, Christ. Just for this stream, Vito. Because it's not going to be an all-night thing. I'm only going to be streaming for a couple of hours. And I'm not going to wake everybody up in the middle of the night to do the kitty treats. 26 of these. 682 and a half, 682 and a half, but 13. 682 and a half. I set up here, I was doing, so we have very little extra on that. Matter of fact, silica comes that way and goes straight up and in and ties off for me. So we do have another silica line right here. We can turn you around. Oh, I was gonna say, like, did I just... Yeah. We want to go up, 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 and away. Really? Goddamn time. Alright, you're gonna go up, up, and away. Actually, I should double think that and figure out where my next line of concrete stuff's gonna come up. Dummy. Because it's not gonna be way till way over here. That would, tearing down your base to rebuild it from Mark IV belt input. There you go, Vito. course, I'm one below where I need to be. Whee! So I really need that to be over here. Not over here. There. That does that. Now, we need a pure limestone node. Plug into that. Let's go check over here to see what we have for limestone. We had a bunch of limestone nodes coming into the building from over here, and I believe they were all pure. But I don't know what we have and have not utilized, so let's go take a look. Alright, iron, copper, iron. We have a pure limestone, we're right there. We have 3 pure limestones over here. Excellent. Well, let's put this to the floor, shall we? Somewhere in this area. If I could aim. Christ almighty. Not there. Okay, we have our... That's unfortunate. Sulfur lines are literally running right over the top of it. If I go there. If I go any further up, it's in this scenario. I guess if I go right close to it, we can go straight up. Be up on that ridge. There you muppet. Thank you. Now this is technically the equivalent of the second height, but it's Third raised dais area, so... How high is that? Is that... It's like 2.25 meters, isn't it? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run straight this way, go that way, and pick up on the third. On about here, I guess, in height. Yeah, about there. Alright. Let's run her down, shall we? Hold on, little demon. Hey, Ben, buddy. Sore as shit, but trying to recover from doing a bit of roofing. Just working on increasing some production stuff, getting things back online, cleaning up the old productions. Slowly making progress. Alright, so we are in this one here. Well, this is going to be awkward as shit. So they're half the thickness. Half the height or half the thickness? These are two separate things. I mean, as far as the thickness of something goes, a wall is a wall. One other thing going on, he wanted to cover up parapets that were coming through. Cover up parapets that were coming through. Oh, parts. Parrots, parts, yeah. So you've got windows, and you want it to be a little bit thicker so you can cover something up behind it. I'd have to see a picture of exactly what you're talking about, but there are ways to cheat the system using Nudge, where you can put windows into walls, or you can essentially double up a wall, just about. Won't quite double it up, but what you can do is you could do, like, say you had a wall here. You can half nudge it. So now you double up the wall. Makes it a little bit thicker, but it would stop showing some Z fighting. Likewise, you could do the same thing from over here. Just control that last step for the nudge. They're all the same map, Dumpy. That's what a lot of people don't get, is that they're all the same map. They're just different locations on the map. So your grassy hills or grassy plains or whatever it is down here. Actually, it's right down over here by these three. You land like right here. Your northern forest start is right here. Your rocky desert start is right up over here. And your dune desert start is somewhere up over here. You want 1.5 thickness? Not that I'm aware of, Vito. The only way to do it is to have your regular walls. You may be able to do something using, and it'd be a pain in the ass, but basically you use a road barrier. And a wall, because on the road barrier you've got more freedom of where you put things. Actually, it's using a beam more than anything. You have more snap points on a beam, so you can do like that. But again, you know, you with the nudge function, you're basically mimicking what you've got from the beam. I don't know of anything that would give you the extra freedom to put them on the half, you know, to have it offset by just that little bit. People used to do a lot of stuff with the road barriers because you had more freedom for how they snap to it. Yeah, so you've got the edge of some windows showing through it, basically. Yeah, I see that. The window frame is sticking through the wall. Is it only sticking through on the one side? On both sides? So ideally, let me look at that again for a second. So what you used is what, the honeycomb windows? So you have a honeycomb window, half a honeycomb window, right? And you get the extra frame sticking through on it. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is you have it halved over, so you technically have 3 of them, but it's squished down into 2 walls worth of height. And then you cover over half of each at the top and the bottom with the walls, yeah. What I'm talking about, Chad, is this here. So he's got the honeycomb frame, he's got one here, and one here. And he needs to cover up this edge on both sides. So what I'm rattling in my head right now is, would there be a way for you to double thickness the wall, but then get the basically you do this deal, but then get your windows on this seam here, then it doesn't stick through either side. And you could always force this to the outside of your factory. I'm doing it right now where it'd be to the inside, but it doesn't really matter. What I'm thinking is there a way we can it stays on that because that's an even size beam. What we need to do is get it so that the beam is an awkward number. Then it shifts our if I do something like that, I was hoping because of the odd snap point here, we could maybe have gotten it. Because what you really want to do is try to get it offset. The other thing you could do if you wanted to mess around with some beams is you do a number like this. You do your honeycomb window frame. you do your honeycomb deal like this. And then you border it with a beam like so, top and bottom, so it hides any. Well, actually, that doesn't look bad like that, because then you would have this sitting at that height, and this sitting at that height, and it gives you a little recessed wall. And all you see is this part. It's an alternative. Oh. I mean, the metal walls do blend it in decently, but it's an alternative. Mm-hmm. It's correct, Dumpy. The doggos are my friends. Oh, hey. Did that because I need to be on this floor, dummy. I think what I do because we're essentially just using the one line of silica. Is that'll clear the lines and get me back to where I need to be. Crap. That would make it awkward. See, over here I was smart and I kept the bottom silica. Over here I jumped the gun. What I should have done is had the silica coming up one of these other lines to take the bottom here, and then we have you jump up and over to here. This one goes up one higher than that. That does one of those. And then we do you across there. You like so. And then we have this like so. Which allows this to come down to that height. We do that. Come across here. Take out the short section. You. Across to you. Five. We need to do these. Goes there. Across to you. Work backwards. Not up there, please. Thank you. Stop it. Hey, don't worry about it, Vito. It gave me an idea for how I want to do something now. So don't worry about it, bud. You just gave me a hell of an idea for how I want to do some of my walls. Alright, limestone, 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 pure. You're already taken. This one is... oh. If I do that, it's going to block that. Well, shit. It's going to have to go over there. That's the one I just took to go that way. We don't have much choice. We have to go back this far. We have to go back in this area. So we're back like here. Maybe. What I could do is... oh crap, that ain't gonna work. What if we did this here? We did a thing like this. Jump seamlessly over to here. Follow the planned trajectory. Alright, so that goes zing zing on its way. See, what I need to do, and this is why I'm not like fully fleshing out most of these builds. I'm trying to get some of this stuff online and progress through while keeping in mind my later numbers. Is I need to get Mark 6 belts in a bad way. Because I've got a lot of these things where it's like, alright, yeah, I'm going to plan on a Mark 6 belt. I'm going to plan on a Mark 6 belt. I could like 1200 this and 1200 that, and yada yada. But I don't have Mark 6 belts yet. So for instance, this is implying I'm going to have a Mark 6 belt for the limestone on these, and I don't have one of those. So yeah, there's that. There. That's there, essentially. Alright, how much concrete was I using? Like 678 or something like that? I'm gonna do it anyway. It's basically gonna be 1,000 per belt. No belt donuts this morning, please. There will be leftover concrete on these belts, but is what it is. Maybe I take it and I utilize that belt concrete-wise. We see where the numbers match up on the beams, and I just do it in case industrial beams. Don't know. We'll see how the math works when I'm done with this. Instead, let's get these all hooked up and ready to go. All the Who's down in Whoville. Wait, what? Why you no worky? What? What? There, yeah, good. There. Huh? Wait a goddamn second. Affair. There. That'll clear out as it goes. It might make nice math. If I reconfigure the outputs of these from 1,000 and 1,000 to like 800 and 1,200. Let me see something. The pipes. Steel pipes. If we're doing the molded, it's 30 per and 50 steel ingots. So at best, we're going to have 1,200. Gives 12, 360 concrete per onto the pipes. $680. No, that wouldn't work, would it? For 18, I was gonna do 18 of them, right? I'm gonna do 18 of these, 36 a minute. 648. I could do that and run a steel pipe off of it as well. Or we bump this number a little bit more. Get 22. $22. 396, we're making 5 something. Almost 600. We could do that, then it would utilize the concrete a little bit better. Means less steel beams. We don't use steel beams for much other than like storages and the screws, which we figured on needing. It was what, 45 screws a minute for that. Just a 441, and we were 13 at 45. 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 at 45. Yeah, so we get plenty of steel beams. So we could do that, dump out the other side for a 1,200 belt on the concrete. Oh, I like the wet concrete probably best myself if you're looking at pure output. Wet concrete is really good for your limestone usage, because for every 6 limestone you get 4 concrete out, provided you have the water. Your best recipe probably for limestone to concrete would be the rubber concrete, but then you're having to use rubber because you're only losing 10% here. Here you're losing 33%. And in this case here, you're only losing 17% for the fine concrete. You're using a little bit of silica, but you're not using much. It's just a slower process than the wet. But ultimately, if you don't want to use any additional inputs besides water, which is freely available, then your wet concrete is best. If you don't mind using like a little bit of rubber or silica, you can make a much bigger impact. Like this here is a really great recipe for only using, like I said, 20 rubber a minute. Now for 240 rubber a minute, you're getting what, 1080. Yeah, I mean, if you've got a lot of water available to you, that's the other consideration. Where are you building? Do you have a ton of water available to you? So, I mean, it's subjective. Again, for limestone into concrete, this is probably your best bet. Because, like I said, here you're losing 66%. That's a huge loss, limestone to concrete. Here you're only losing 33%. Here you're losing 17%. Here you're losing 10. So this has less loss to concrete ratio. But you have to supply it rubber. So, you know, and for me, I'm actually using the reason I'm using the fine concrete, to be honest with you, is because I've never used the recipe before. So that's one of the things I'm kind of doing with this playthrough is like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to use some of these recipes that I've never used before. Like over here. Because limestone's so prevalent, I'm using the cheap silica recipe. Right there. Just because it works out that way. Alright, so what I need to do is take two... Alright, so you go that way. Should be 16. These mergers now spin this way. Take that off, put a merger on it. We did that number. And then this one goes upstairs to our other pink. Upside down, guarantee it. Bad Company coming in with a raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream, Bad Company? Playing Squirrel with a gun, huh? Never heard of that one. I will be honest. That seems too high. It's because it was. Good. Nice. Welcome in there, Jedi Horn. Alright, so there's that. Not the typical route I would take. The other option is I go in, turn through this wall, and go up to there. I'm going through a wall one way or another. I guess I'm good with that. Like so. Now we need to start setting our recipes. There we go. There. It's going to run horribly inefficient until I get Mark 6 built, but it's running. That's all I give a shit about. Now I have this set to go that direction. And I think we just decided I was going to do 22 of these to utilize the 800 concrete I have. And this was an 18 assembler pack, so I only need 4 more. Do I have one for 4? I do. Excellent. Excellent. We're gonna spin this. So that we end over here, where I can then dump down one of these, like this one, hate it when it does that. Nothing bugged out. That's where we're headed with it. That spot there, that spot there. Of course, she's still going to be bugged. No donuts this morning. Already fucking hangry. Don't need to be thinking donuts. What the fuck was that? Smack, 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 smack. Smackety smack. Schmack. Alright, I guess for now we're gonna go up through the floor with the power. Just because. Alright, power needs to be connected from here to there. Power is connected all across there. And that's going to take a while to saturate. That's fine. And to make that come down. How you paste without flying down? How do I paste without flying down? So, when you're in that situation and you're flying with the hover pack, you have a much greater range of being able to see things. So you just Control C will copy the settings, and then when you're highlighting a machine, pressing Control V will paste the settings into that machine. And as you can see, when I'm hovering, I have a much greater selection range. So I can paste settings from way back here. Hope that answers your question there, Asneezy. around this way. Spin it out this way. Oh, you fall. Yeah, C is the. You just have fly down, bind on control. Yeah, you may have accidentally switched it. As Mad Demon said, default for flying down is C. Crouch. So you might have gotten it flipped by accident. We go right through here. Be right here. Which I could... here. Thank you, Asneezy, for that follow. Greatly appreciate it. You kidding me? Fine. Fucking be that way. You just suck, don't you? Beams, encased industrial beams, select icon, go. What's going on, Mad Demon? And how you doing there, Jeevers? Rebind your paste to something more comfortable. Yeah, that or rebind crouch back to C, which would cover that as well. Alright, so we overflow in this direction, but we can utilize those now for whatever we need. Which I guess is just the easiest way to look at that. See, what I wasn't doing from the get-go, and I should have been, was preparing for overflowing to sinks, which I would want a smart splitter in here. Split all of these and yank them off, and I now can't in a situation like this one. But that's only iron rods. Alright, we're getting case industrial beams up and running now. I'd say at this stage, need to stop poking fucking holes in my goddamn building. At this stage, I'd say we're probably at a point where we need to start looking at doing things like our modular frames. We need to get casings online. Yeah, I'd say we need to work on like our modular frames next. Which is going to require a bunch of screws and all of that. So why don't we look at what we're going to need for that, and we'll produce that right in this area, the screws and the... Because we're going to have to weave screws into the modular frame assemblers and all of that stuff. And I think what we do is we lay assemblers out facing one direction, so we can tie in screws much more easily. And then we can have our constructors set up to do what we need per group. I think that's the way we're going to approach this. Alright, so modular frames. The scissors. But we weren't going to utilize all of the modular, the plates. We may end up having to make more plates at some point. So we may end up making another plate production line at some point, but let's go 16 modular frames. Uses 15 plates a minute. Yeah, we'll go 16 of these modular frames. Yeah, 16 modular frames. So for sake of this, we want to have room for our constructors in here. We're going to have our steel line coming out, splitters, put a constructor in like this. We'll have constructors potentially into a merger. So we don't want our assemblers starting before this area here somewhere, right? We can line them up actually like that, maybe. So we can have our plates coming out here. Screws will be... No, we'll have screws on the bottom, plates coming out second row up. And then we'll have the ability for the plates to easily, from a splitter, drop down in. Put that there. I said we were going to do like 16 of these things. Yeah, we'll start it there. Actually, no. $140 a minute. $650 a minute potentially per one of these. It's 4.6. and I'm going to be doing 14 of these. Oh, no, sorry, 16 of these. So I can do one constructor for every 4. A little more room to maneuver if I want to. But we could do... I could do a fancy thing where I split it and then split it. I can't easily line that up if I want to have it consistent. Let's do a splitter here. And then it can get split between... I know it's a little awkward, but if we do something like this, you into there, you into there, you into there, and you into there, and then we have our line coming out of there. Put a splitter on there, 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 and there. So this needs to be making 140 times 4. We need 560 on our output. No, dummy. Not that. Right, that's what I said, 560, yes indeed. Alright, I can live with it. Alright, so we need to make that have... Hopefully, we can get into that spot. And then we want this one here. Be our steel beams coming out. And now we replicate this 4 more times. Or 3 more times. So first things first, let's bring our... Get your factory up, your frames will be screwless. Nice. Yeah, I'm choosing to go screws. I don't know why, I just kind of am. Alright, if I go... up a little bit there, I can... Annoyingly... not do what I want to do, so let's do this. One of those numbers, that can be our screws going up, or our beams going up. So let's figure that out. beams are coming from that direction, correct? Or are our beams? They are here. So I need to pass them around the storage area. Nice. Good morning, Matt Alex. How you doing? Of course I'd be wanting to go into that spot. Makes perfect sense that I'd want to be going into that spot. That's right, I never corrected this, but this should have been at a different height. Oh well, it's going to be annoying and frustrating.
And they call it a mine. A mine!
I'm sure somebody does, I don't. I call it a mess.
I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it?
That's what I call it. Is a mess. There, maybe? Excellent, got it right. A heart. Certainly ain't got one of those. Oh, come on, really? suck, game. No, Sir Welshie, I have not. I saw a video about it. Or I should say not a video about it. I saw it posted. I have not watched it. Oh. Alright, alright. I get what you were saying there, little demon. Brain not braining. Don't worry about me. There's my reinforced iron plates. Right there. What I should do... Did I already put a smart splitter on those things? I don't remember if I did. I really don't remember if I did or not. Bink. I did. Why would I do it way up here? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I think it's because I was planning on doing like modular frames up above me, but now I'm going to do them way down there. Actually, no, you know what? We're going to fucking leave that there. No, we're not. Because if we need more modular frames, we'll just make more modular frames. Or not modular frames. What am I talking about? Reinforced plates. Fucking Christ. So, we will interrupt Icus down here with a smart splitter, diverting them first towards modular frames, second towards storage. I put a smart splitter in here somewhere. I'd rather put it right in here. Change you to overflow. This is going to be any. We can come out this way. Say that level there, for example. Don't even work like that. Okay, so I don't want to block this one. I don't mind blocking that one, but that doesn't work out. So we're going to actually put it here instead. I'll use that. Ta-da! That will take care of that. Come here. There we go. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 15, 14, 16. Four. Like that. I like that. Perfect. I like it. Alright, annoyingly, I don't have my power lines run to be able to do my power drops. Alright. Now we gotta do our splitter deal. How I did that? There and there. It is indeed how I did that. There. Alright. Now, to find out if I can... The answer is going to likely be no, I can't get far enough. I'm going to run out of... shit. I guess I can always do... if I come over here... so that's not going to work. I'm going to run out of crystal oscillators. And find a spot like right in here. Mr. Impact 7 coming in with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream there, Impact? Just that side of it. Now we're gonna go under. I would rather have my drops come from the ceiling, but I don't have the crystal oscillators unlocked for production yet. It's not something I am actively producing. So we'll just do that. Go, I'll get a few things moving and grooving. Of course, you fucking moved at the last second. again. There, and if I ever need to expand that later, I've got room I can pop that out in that direction. Because we may end up having to double up the reinforced plates at some point, or I can always expand it by adding a little bit of extra wire into the mix. We have room. But time to get these down into the basement. Set them up on a... Alright, we're utilizing that, so we're going to put it here. Plug up my window hole. That window hole. That floor hole. Fucking Christ. Didn't put anything back in that one. God damn. Alright, pick a spot, any spot. Gonna go over to here, kind of where this cable is. Stop it there. Put it there. We do our smart splitter. Here, like so. We go overflow in this direction. We can then one of these numbers here. Those numbers there. That. And ta-da, we have another thing on inventory. Woohoo! There we go. Frames on craft. Now run for a bit, do its thing, yada yada yada. It's fine. Check on doggos. Maybe we'll get lucky. Thank you, Farmer Mark, for the hydrate. How you doing? Come in. Pretty good time for bed weekends. They do impact. So I appreciate the raid. You get some rest. Catch you in the future. How you doing today, Mr. Farmer Marks? I did get your kitty treats yesterday after I ended stream. They were, as always, very grateful. That was kind of a letdown, to be honest with you. That was kind of a letdown. Alright, well. Doggos were kind of a letdown, but we now have frames on lock. We have, I think I have everything wrapped up at the steel production location now, so we can move that marker. Likely would be a good idea for us to go out, take a look at what production we've got going on left. Over here. I want to say after this, the only thing left over here is going to be motors. Which obviously stators, rotors, motors. I mean, yes, we have a whole bunch of other mess over here too, of frames, this, that, the other thing. But some of this can start getting cleaned up. So we have a significant number of stators, we have a significant number of those, but be on the safe side. We are going to do more of that. This can come out of here. Like that. Cable can all get picked up now. Go dump our wood and leaves quick. Excuse me, sir. I did not give you permission to grow there. Heckin' rude, I'll tell you. We're not gonna have an ammo factory separate from anything else now. Rid of that. pick up our dismantle crate. That's gone now. That's gone now. Still have our motors. Just 'cause. We'll leave it for the time being. Blow up. Alright. Just 'cause. It depends. Like, you're gonna need it for parts the whole way through. You know, like, all the way up. I mean, even in Phase 5, you still need smart plating to make, like, your modular engines to make the next phase of stuff. Do you need a significant amount of it? No. But having some isn't bad. If you get what I'm saying. I mean, you need it for construction parts all the way up through, so. Or for phase parts. Yeah, small automated. Because that's the thing, like, modular engines. Modular engines take smart plating. Well, thermal propulsion rockets take modular engines. Thermal propulsion rockets are used in one of these Phase 5 parts. So you're always doing it, and you can't handcraft smart plating. So you kind of need it automated a little bit the whole way through, depending on how quickly you want to do things. Did I disconnect this one? Oops. It's a daisies. Get rid of a few of these things. I did that early on so I could have access to screws. Now I regret my decisions. Ah, fuck it. Why not? That's a lot of what I did, Little Deem, was just kind of like bootstrapping it in. Yeah, I think one of the next things we work on is getting motors. So stators, rotors, motors, get that all online. So we can clean up. We'll be able to clean up the last of the iron stuff over here. Be able to clean up the last of the copper stuff that's over here. Well, not well. Yeah, I mean technically I could clean it up now, but we might as well keep producing some of these circuit boards while we can. So we'll start working on that, getting motors online. Like this, the AI limiters, that's something that could be easily cleaned up. The heavy modular frames could probably be cleaned up. Same with the computers, but for now it's my only source of them as I build the things out. But this is the last of the spaghetti mess that I have. I've cleaned up everything else. Steel factory's gone, so all that's now here, which is why I wanted to make sure I got encased industrial beams going, because I wasn't producing them anymore. Alright, some thoughts. Craven Black streaming, coming in with a raid. Welcome in. How you doing, Craven? How was your stream? That's ATS. Nice. We're still slowly getting caught up here on the concrete use. Hopefully we don't run out of... We'll probably run out of concrete now on the steel beams, would be my guess. A big thing I need to at least get partially automated, bootstrapped in somewhere is going to be making crystal oscillators. So I can keep building out my floors. Probably be a good idea, production-wise, manufacturer. Someone up right here. Aha, see, we are going to need more reinforced plates. Making these bad boys. It's alright. What we'll do is we'll set up another one of the iron wire things. And a runner. Because we can do the iron wire. Set up another stitched iron plate. Bing, bing, bing. Give her. Alright, organization. We need plate. Cable, I believe it was, and quartz crystal. Had some talks with the ones that showed up. Talked a little about the state of my mental health. Wrecked a few times.
Sign deserved it.
Is it Sig and Tarma? Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Signs do deserve it. Well, yeah. They jump right out in front of you. Everybody knows that. There we go. That's going to run for a while. That's going to put us plenty up on the ouch. Oh. Crystal Oscillator front. And at least it's bootstrapped in a place where it's not going to be in the way as I continue to build out. But it will let me get my floors finished, which will let me get my next layer of everything else running. See, that isn't right, because that 5 is there. That 5 is there. Did I fuck up an entire floor? Now 2 floors? Or is this the one that's fucked up? I think this is the one I fucked up. Upload a stack of something to the cloud, then take down the dimensional crate. Yes. That's correct. Once it's in the cloud, it stays in the cloud. Until you manually pull it out. Which is just a matter of doing one of those numbers. That's where I went wrong. Right, then I will continue with where I was at. Okay. Panicked for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, don't tell me. Mortar85 Gaming, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome into the channel. And we are out of crystal oscillators. So we'll have to wait a while this figure catches up, and we can finish this all off. Been watching a few streams, thought I'd follow already. Well, I appreciate it. Always grateful for a follow. Yeah, if the dimensional crate is full, pending upload, then you'll get back what was left in the dimensional crate, but everything in the cloud stays in the cloud. You could, in theory, have 3 or 4 items going into one-dimensional storage, but what happens is the first one of those that has its stack limit reached will stay here and plug this up. Exactly, it will block the input. So you could have 2 or 3 items going in here with mergers, but the first one of those that, say you have screws, rods, and iron plates all going in here, the first one of those that reaches its full stack, say the iron plates reach stack first, it's going to stop accepting any items, and there's going to be an iron plate stuck here, and then everything else backs up. Now, if you're limited by Mercer spheres, it is viable. You've just got to watch this, because it could potentially get it stuck. Long term, go find more Mercer spheres. I mean, realistically, there's only like 30 products in the game that you need to have uploaded that you're going to use consistently. Beyond that, I mean, you can add more dimensional storages for an item. Like my concrete, I have 4-dimensional uploaders for my concrete. But if you're doing small batches of stuff, it's almost better, like West Dude said, to just do it out of your inventory and keep your items going into small storage containers. I just noticed your comment, CJ. Yes, 381. We actually lost a YouTube follower somewhere along the line. I don't know. So I said motors, rotors, and stators. But I want to go check on the iron plates. We should probably go look at the doggos too to see if they've got anything for us. Iron ingots. We have them coming down from the ceiling all through here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think all of my iron ingot lines are used at the moment. I have an iron ingot line here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we're going to need to make another set of pure iron ingots right here. We need to look at our iron plates as well, because we're using stitched iron plates. Was the recipe we were using. Yeah, manual upload's great for, you know, single, like medical inhalers, ammo potentially, berries, nuts, things like that. Hey, thank you, Demon. Nice. Some cooling units are nice. So, I mean, not great. We got some cooling units. We got a few blue slugs. 26 crystal oscillators are a big win, though. Yeah, medical inhalers. Another good one is filters. Both gas and radiation filters. You know, walk away from the computer for a few minutes while you're handcrafting a bunch of filters or something. Then upload them to the cloud for when you need them later. That way you only have to have like a stack in inventory, but if you start running out, you've got a whole bunch more you can get access to. Or do what I did and decorate with the Mercer Spheres. Oops. Yeah, I need to get working on these so I can unlock matter conversion. So yeah, we're gonna have to do to get stators online, we're gonna do the quick wire stators. I don't have quick wire being made yet. So we're gonna need to get more. I don't think I have, yeah, I don't think I have any Caterium being turned into ingots here yet. This is all copper. Nope, I do. I have Caterium right here. That's right, I was using the petroleum coke and Caterium ore. There's 26 of them. Incoming. You have 75 Mercer Spheres in the cloud. Yeah, I'd have a lot more. Mr. Evil Reyes coming in with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. You're getting off a little early tonight, huh, Reyes? Gonna try and catch a couple hours before you gotta go to work. See, I've already set up dimensional storage for all of these slots, even though I don't have anything there yet, which is 40 of them. But my concrete I've got 4 on, so it's technically what, 30 or 43. Ah, well, get some rest, buddy. Get some caught up on some sleep, hopefully, and hopefully things go your way in court. Fingers crossed for you, bud. Alright, so the question is the Caterium ingots. How many are we making here? Only making 585 Caterium ingots? God, that's horrible. So 585, the Caterium ingots are going up. I'm not using them in anything yet. Quick wire. This is the recipe to use for quick wire for sure. Yeah, I know it's 5 quick wire per, unless you do this one, then it's 12 quick wire per. And I've got a crap ton of copper doing nothing at the moment. I was just saying, like, geez, it doesn't seem like I'm making a whole lot of Quaternarium ingots. So we do need to make some quick wire. I guess let's look at what we're producing on the copper side so we can match things up. Let's see. We have these outer lines going into one spot in the inner lines. 1, 2, 3, 6. All right. All right. So our copper lines are 1200. Again, not that I have Mark 6 belts at the moment, but I'm planning for it. So if we do quick wire, 37.5. 32 assemblers making quick wire. Then we'll have to figure out how to make it all. All neat and tidy as far as anything else goes later. Yeah, like that there. Pull it back to there, I guess. Go big or go home. And have you seen the size of this building? So what I did, top trick, I'm not having a water backup. I mean, things are shut down on my aluminum right now because I'm not using the ingots. But what I did was I planned out my, well, apparently I'm using some aluminum ingots. What I did was I planned out how much I needed for the bauxite. Now I'm planning on 1,200 lines of bauxite. Again, I'm only Mark 5. I know it's not going to run full efficiency, blah, 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 whatever. But I've got 6 refineries running 200 in. Requires 1,200 water. But I'm only bringing in some water. What I have it doing is 3 and 3 are dumping their water from the alumina solution. See, I have these manifolded underneath in 3s. So that 140 gets brought back around and gets backfed in. So a little bit of feed water here kind of starts things off, and then that helps feed the rest of it. So it does have a little bit of a spin up time, if you will. But it works. If things weren't fully backed up right now, everything would run. But I'm just not utilizing the aluminum right now. The only aluminum I'm utilizing right now is this one thing here, so. Yes, you're right. It should only be 80, but I have these overclocked to match the alumina solution coming in. So 240, I matched it 240. It conveniently gives us 400 scrap. So 3, again, eventually would be a 1200 belt. 1200 belt would run all of these. So convenient math. That's kind of why I'm got the matter conversion and stuff like that in the back of my head, so I can start setting that stuff up, even if it's in a kind of shit situation. And I guess what I should try to do is maybe just bootstrap some stuff on this floor here to get my radio control units and things like that done. So scrap yours tomorrow, start over. I think we did overcomplicate it. I got some full overclock mixed in with no clock, and the water higher than the pipes. It's a mess, yes. What you end up having to do is, if you've got a single manifold, like what I did, I add in water in several points on the manifold, so it goes across to the machines before it backs things up. You gotta throw some valves in there, in some cases too, so that water's flowing in the right areas, but you can make it work. Yeah, it separates it out. That's what I did. And I've confirmed they full run. It spreads it around. So it doesn't overflow the main pipe per se. See, I have my manifold, but then my manifold is higher than the machines, so the water naturally wants to gravitate out. So we've got I've got 420 water coming up in here. It hits this manifold here, it immediately wants to go here first, but this machine will only take 200, so the rest goes this way. You know, this is coming up. It's only allowing so much in through this pipe here. So it feeds this, and then this, and some of this mixes in. But the rest goes this way, and the other amount comes up from over here. So this will feed this one, and then a little bit will spill into this one, where a little bit of this one spills in. So they all kind of... Yeah. I just happen to have a decently even manifold where it's like bing, bing, bing. So each section can carry 600 because they're Mark II pipes. But then, you know, this machine eats some, and then this machine eats some, so there's not a whole lot left. So when this mixes in, you know, nothing exceeds 600. Yeah, exactly. Like Ramrod said, say you've got 600 coming in here, that's going to eat 200. That's going to eat 200. If you inject another 600 here, and there's a valve flowing this way, you're going to top back up, but you're only going to take 400 from this pipe. So that's where some valves can come in handy. It can prevent water from flowing back in another direction and keeping it just kind of moving down along the pipe, and then you just manifold in and tap in to top it back up to 600. It's all about abusing the mechanics. Yeah, injected manifold. Good to know. Yes, you can also do it for some belt manifolds too. Same idea. You know, I've got material coming in this way. Say this was a full belt of 1200. Well, guess what? That's going to eat some, and then that's going to eat some, and then that's going to eat some. So if I inject here, say I had a merger here, and I inject in, but it's all flowing this way, it's going to take whatever it's, you know, minus whatever's been used up here already. It'll take a while for all those screws to get fully involved, but hey, whatever. It's making frames. That's right. I was going to come up here. I was going to make some shit for the sake of making shit. Just for the sake of unlocking shit. Which one should I do? That one gets me 2, that one gets me 3. Let's do this one. So when I sloop it, it gets me 6. We like to sloop things. Now, of course, I need rubber casing circuit boards. Rubber casing, circuit boards, and what was the other one? Oscillators. Of course, the one thing I'm actively trying to make at the moment. But hey, whatever. Winston, gonna figure it out somehow. And then I need, what, a blender for the other things? Cooling systems. Blender. I know I don't really have much for heat sinks, but we're about to make some. Wait, what's the best for heat sinks? Let's just do standard heat sinks. because and I need a little storage. Now we need a pipe. Full of nitrogen gas. Well, storage and then a machine. Yes, Erebus, yes. Schloopin'. Schloopity doopity. Yes, golden build gun. You get it as a bonus for having played early access. If you go inside your hub, there's a spot where you can like change your colors and stuff like that for your character. You can set your build gun in there. Like you can have, like, I've got a golden nut attached to mine, but you can change what's hanging on it. There. They can pound away for a little while. I need to get casings online. I don't think I have them online. I think there's literally just a storage container left. Let me go look. I literally think there's just a storage container left dumping into a depot. I think that's like the last remaining thing over here. Hello, train. Bye, train. Hello, train. Bye, train. Ha 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 ha. There are two storages over here. One's alclad sheets, the other one's casings. Yep, I thought so. Yes, Erebus. I will warn you, however, though. requires 4 times the amount of power from that machine. The the particle accelerators are very power hungry. I happen to remember this one. If you go to 250%, like say you fully overclock it, and you sloop it, you're looking in the neighborhood of 24,000 megawatts of power per particle accelerator. So yes, it can be done at great expense. Hello, Junior. This is correct, Erebus. You can easily overcome that, but I'm just warning. It can get expensive. Yep, in the MAM. There you go, Tough Trick. We got 122 of those. We are closing in on our 200 we need of these. Did they really put that many crystal oscillators in there? Holy shit. Technically, that's it for now on those. And then we need a merger there. Like that. Got the power, so fuck it. Who cares? 350 gigawatts of turbo fuel. Max consumption is around 200. Nice there, Athrend. That's pretty good. Only around 142 gigawatts. Say, where was it? Currently building Factorio style, no verticality factory. Nice, Erebus. You're very close to end of the game. Yeah, I mean, I'm in tier 9, but I have challenges I've set forth for myself that end of game isn't even close for me. Now, there's obviously a lot of stuff I want from tier 9 to be able to accomplish those goals. Like, one of the things I need to work towards is the Mark 6 belts. I need that, like, yesterday. So, that's, like, my first. Yeah, I mean, you can speed run to the end of the game really fast if you want to. Just slam shit everywhere, summer slip the hell out of things, and just do it, you know. But I've got aesthetics in mind. I've got other goals, exclamation rules in chat if you want to know what those all are. But for example, max uranium use, 2100 parts per minute from the available nodes on the map. All of that has to be turned into uranium fuel rods. The fuel rods then need to be turned into plutonium fuel rods with the waste. The plutonium waste needs to be turned into fixonium. Example. Obviously, going to finish the final space elevator phase. All of the MAM unlocks. Get every trophy from the coupons. All of the building exteriors need to be completed. The nuclear is going to be the major part. Right now, this is my main factory. I've still got some small little, like, bootleg stuff over there. I'm trying to phase away from that, so I've been starting to finally bring things online. You can see here some of the things I've accomplished. We've got plastic and rubber going. We've got the reinforced plates. We've got various products. We're still in the early stages. Modular frames is the most complex thing that I've got fully automated within my factory at the moment. But now we're looking at quick wire so we can start working on stators. We're going to need to expand our pipe production and things like that, so I've got plenty of room here to expand for additional pipe production. We've got more room over there for things like additional concrete, so on. So it's just existing uranium on the map. Yeah, I mean, you can go crazy with some of that stuff. But, for example, the uranium fuel rods, I'm not going to sloop any of that. It's just going to be the 50.4 you can make. Just because I don't need the power. You're going to end up with a huge number of things for, a huge amount of power from all of that. And it's more about the complexity of trying to make all of that happen. It was a challenge set forth to me in Update 8 by a gentleman named Claude Voy. He's the one that actually, because I was talking about it back then with him, and that's where the Claude Voy clause comes from, was I wanted to make a bunch of plutonium fuel rods and sink them. And max plutonium fuel rods, at least at the time, was 22.4, I want to say. And he said, well, if that's what you want to do, then you can't sink anything until you can do that. Which is why I didn't really start my factory until more recently. I spent the first 41 hours of my save rushing through till I could make plutonium. Then I tore it all apart. We've been making things a lot neater. I've got my mega factory I'm working on now. So we're starting to bring production online inside the factory. I have a giant belt floor. I have a storage floor. We have below this train stations. So all of this will eventually be filled with train stations bringing product in. If we're not using trains, then I'm going to use drones. I don't know where I'm going to put my drone port yet. I was thinking off the east end, there's kind of like a little rocky right there. Raised ridge. Want to build a big pad out, put some drone ports on it. Could be interesting. I just had a thought. Somebody else had shown me an image that I kind of want to replicate now, where it was Casimir. He had drone ports. They were done in a circular manner, alternating so that the drones could come in and land, but it was basically one singular tower. I think I want to do that right over here. Build a big base, go up, and then have kind of like I did with my yeah, that could look good. Do similar to what I did with my power towers, but instead of single walls on each side, do enough of a wall on each side that you could fit 2 drone towers. I wonder how big that would be. We could go up half the size, then expand out to full size potentially. Might be some shenanigans in the foundation work. But if you did 2, and then the next row up skipped over, I'm gonna have to think about that. The idea is formulating in my head now, but I'm gonna have to think about that. And then I gotta think about what kind of fuel I want to use. You love seeing aesthetically pleasing factories because you're too lazy and uncreative to do it yourself. Yeah, for a long time I was pretty lazy about it too. This time I'm kind of setting that as a goal. Like, I want things to be complete looking and pleasing to the eye type deal. Matter conversion.
Milestone reached. The converter uses strange alien matter, abbreviated to SAM, to break down and transform materials at their most fundamental levels. I am sure even you can appreciate the power to manipulate atomic bonds. Most
Indeed,
importantly, you are now able to locally create fixite, a highly adaptable synthetic metal, ideal for any kind of construction. It is everything we need to save the day, and perhaps its admirable qualities can inspire you.
Perhaps. See, now's when we're going to start using more aluminum ingots. We use it to fix trigons and blah, 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 blah. See, I need time crystals to be able to do this too. Should we get did we get the time crystals? So we got time crystals here. So I can make time crystals now. We can make the fixite trigons. Time crystals require the diamonds. Okay. And the converter. So we could start working on this now. Even in a bootstrap situation. Because like the iron plates and the aluminum sheets, I can go dump that in right now. I don't think I can start actually dumping them in yet. I was dumb to pick all that shit up. The pod hasn't returned yet, so I can't put anything into it. You muppet. Oh, there. For now. Yeah, for now. Alright, let's go shut down. You're still running. I'll leave you to run for a bit because I could use some more radio control units. I'm gonna shut one of you down. I don't need near that many of those. Which I'm probably good with that stuff for now. Alright, I can do that, I can do that. We need to do the converter. Well, it's a good thing I'm producing the radio control units again. Huh, it's a good thing I decided to turn these back on. We need the particle accelerator to make diamonds. But you do need belts like crazy. Well, we're gonna sloop-a-doop you. Just because. What you're doing. I'm gonna put a storage on you. Hook you to power. And now I just need to run a belt over to coal. Um. Where? Let's get to the storage floor. I don't even know where I've got spare coal. Let's start there. I know I got a bunch of coal coming in over here. Hold up. Let's, while we're at it, take out this temporary mess we made. Alright, coal is used, coal is used. You're a normal 600. No, you're used. Wait a minute. Coal is used. Okay, coal is all used. Yep, that's petroleum coke over there. Ah, that corner. I know I've got coal coming in over there. Or I can bring in coal over there. Let's see. This is all getting used, I think, up top. Or is it just put up here? Nope, it is getting used. Coal is getting used. Copper, that's my sulfur train. Plastic rubber. Deuterium. That stuff. Alright, so that's utilizing all of the coal from the north. It's utilizing the coal from this area here. I've got these I need to bring back then. Get your iron ingot line up to 8. Nice. Good shit, Vito. Do. Nice. Using the pure iron ingot line, pure iron ingot recipe. It's a good one. Don't mind me, this is just a long beltway. Do. Blam. I know. Mark 5 belt can't do it, but it's gonna. For now. Come on. Lots and lots of belting. I'm sure it's going to be such a nightmare later on when I try to upgrade all this shit to Mark 5 belts. I try to upgrade all this shit later to Mark 6. I'm sure it's going to cost me astronomical amounts of material to do it. I don't care. So that stuff was going to be bauxite, right? I had more... No, I didn't have any more bauxite coming in. It was just other stuff. We can do coal. This number here... Change this to coal. Select. Yeah. Yeah, so fix it trigons and the... Okay, not a big deal then. There you go, Walshy. Alright, now we need to get this over there somehow. So what I'm actually gonna do... We're gonna go this way a ways. To our first one of these. Then I'm gonna do this. A lot of work for a temporary setup. Just saying. Alright, production, our first converter. Alright, we got those going. Trigons. Fixite, which is the reanimated SAM. Aluminum ingots using a converter. I need more SAM fluctuators. Need a lot of these. Annoyingly. One thing I want to do is I'm gonna need a belt highway. Why'd you stop? Going up to that Samor node underneath my coal power plant, and I've been thinking about it. One of the things I want to do is one of the things I want to do is take the coal nodes that are there, put them to, once I can start making some Mark 6 belts, put them to 1200 parts a minute. The outgoing lines would then go into smart splitters, feeding the coal power plant first. Anything extra would be dumped off onto a secondary belt, and then those would be collected and brought down here. Probably on 2 belts. Alright, that's good for that. Grab that quick. Buzz back over, go up, dump this in, start making trigons. Those. Alright, now the trigons are just in a constructor. Constructor. Do a storage. Go, buddy. Go, baby, go. Take what we got so far. I gotta clean up my inventory some. We're gonna go start dumping this into the peak efficiency thing. once we have the Trigons and the time crystals we need for this, I'm going to upload them to a dimensional depot. There's that. Alright, so we're halfway there on the plates now. And plates are around here somewhere. See if we can't get that unlocked. Then I need to go take a nap. That way I don't crash the car while I'm driving, falling asleep. If I survived, my wife would kill me. Alright, so that's 93.75. Let's go grab the aluminum we need. We need 4,500. Which is being done somewhere over here, I think. It's 1,000. 10. $21 stacks, right? 21 stacks. That'd be 18, 22 stacks. Just gonna grab it all, fuck it. I'm off by a little bit, I can grab it out of the depot. Same with the plates. Hey, I had enough. Alright, there's that. Let's see where we're at with the Trigons and the time crystals. I also need reanimated Sam. All of that. I really chewed through all of that. Holy crap, that thing chews through aluminum ingots. Let's go grab a bunch of aluminum ingots quick. We can dump them in there for that. Space. Grab all of that, dump it in there. That'll keep it going with that, and the other thing, and yada yada yada. We can get those hooked to dimensional depots, get the Mark 6 belts unlocked, and then we can... I think I'm going to actually squirrel away from getting the motors online, and I want to set up a basic... I say basic, but put together a setup. 190, that's not quite going to cut it. Hell, we get those. That's plenty of those. This thing here that's not keeping up. It's me 208 plus the 81. That'll do it. I think I'll need a second matter converter. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, now that I've got that unlocked too, I can know the size of the buildings I need. I was thinking about that. One of the production floors I'm gonna have dedicated to... Hey!
Milestone reached. After close scrutiny, 2 problems were identified in Mark V conveyor belts. The first was
really?
the belt part, so force fields have been implemented in the Mark VI instead, to maximize transfer speeds. The second problem is inefficient pioneers, but sadly no remedy is available for this severe impediment. Yet.
Yeah, secondly is the, you know, the... You fix it pioneers. You're not great. So we can't unlock this, I don't think, without the quantum encoding. Yes, we have to do quantum encoding first. Which gets us... I might have this. But I don't want to waste it all. At this rate, we can start doing Mark 6 belts. Which is good. It lets us get some of this stuff done that we need to get done. I'll keep this stuff fed for now. And this thing probably doesn't need to be running at that rate. It's already at 60 a minute. I'm only using 25. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can stay there. Making stupid amounts of those. Yeah, we need to start getting some sand fluctuators made. Getting reanimated SAM down here and all that stuff. Oh, hey, I've got SAM coming into the building, I believe. Yes, on my big long line coming out of that cave, I've got SAM. Excellent. So we can set up a spot for that. Alright, so these guys here would fit within a 5. You, I think, need a 10 wall. Yeah, you would need a 10. So if I left, like, say, I did this floor in, and I left this entire area just for those. So basically skipping a big chunk of the 3rd floor. I'd probably do it down here for the power reasons. So it would be end of line instead of beginning of line. They do take up quite a bit of space, and it seems like we're going to need a bunch of them. Because we're going to need diamonds being made, we're going to need nuclear pasta being made. So we will need several of those. So I'll do my best to get this floor finished out, and then we'll dedicate a section like down here to having particle accelerators on it. Alright. You are out of casings. I really don't want to feed you many more casings. Feed you that many more casings tops. There. I don't have any of these, I don't think, yet. Mix of mice, these. I literally just unlocked them. I have not run any hard drives. One of you needs to be saved. So yeah, I don't have any of the alts for that stuff yet. I'm running low on hard drives. I know I need to get that. But I literally just did matter conversion and peak efficiency. So I don't even have the dark matter. I don't even have quantum encoding yet. So... So yeah, I've been focused on a lot of other things lately. I still have a significant amount of stuff I need to build out here at the factory, but now at least I've got time crystals, trigons. I've got my Mark 6 belts. Next stream is going to be focused on upgrading the belts I need to upgrade for the productions that are already here. Get back to a I guess you could say a set point. Yeah, these things are pretty cool, especially with the frickin' sloop in them. They look awesome. So yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna do next stream, is I'm going to do a bunch of the stuff we need to get Mark 6 belts all done. Because I don't have a ton of these done yet. I'll probably need to make a basic reanimated SAM setup. I know we're gonna need it. It's what I would consider a basic production anyway. So we'll dedicate a section of the plants on the first floor to making them. We do have that normal SAM already coming in. Yeah, I've been planning out all of my productions around 1200. Either from a pure node or, alright, you know, this goes into 1200 parts or what have you. I've been trying to plan around that 1200 mark. knowing that Mark 6 belts were in my future. So I've got a lot of stuff that I've already built out within this facility, belt work wise, the whole 9 yards, that will require there. So yeah, like I mean, like that there, a bunch of this wire stuff, it's all built around 1200s. Even though I've only got 780s. Oh, I am definitely. But this is very temporary. This is what I do when it's gonna become a permanent production. I make it nice, I make it neat. I do the straight belts, you know, if it's not temporary, then it gets the neat treatment. You know, you come down here, you start looking at all this stuff. Again, these are all built around 1200s. The ability to have 1200, like the cables, you know, a bunch of other stuff. But I've been slacking on getting the belts, so I just said screw it a little while ago and said I'm gonna beeline for the belts. My steel ingots, you know, it's built based around 1200 coming in and producing like stupid numbers going back out again. I've got what to do, 26 and really? Is that what it ended up being? 23, 56, 26. Yeah, okay. So I mean, these are 580 belt. They're 780 belts. But like the stuff coming in here is based off of 1200s coming in, 1040 to be exact. But that's how I kind of did everything. Was I planned around that? I never took this back out again. You know, I mean, this is a pretty massive facility. It's a 63 wide by 114 spaces long. You know, belt floors, first level, you know, all the odd levels, east-west belts, even levels, are north-south belts. So you can crisscross, weave, do whatever you need to do. Below this would be my storage floor from all my trains coming up, going down. Again, this is meant to be filled out train stations. The train stations are done on loops. I'll have 6 loops of train stations going out to collect products from various areas. 1 loop is dedicated to my North Coast refinery that I haven't finished yet, which is going to be primarily things like plastic, rubber, petroleum coke. All that stuff will come from that refinery. And then I'm going to have loops going out. I've got one right now that comes out all the way down here, loops back up in here, and has more stations available to come down in, collect resources, and bring them back. I may stick in a third location here, grab these other 3 resources, because I'm going to probably want that limestone. You know, I've got some belt highways. Everything within range of these 4 radar towers is getting belted back directly. And obviously, like, these 2 are going to join, even though they're outside their... Well, no, they're in range. So, you know, I'm going to belt all that stuff back. Beyond that, it's going to be brought back via train. So, you know, I'll make a loop come out to grab these quartz and these limestone here, and a loop to come out and grab this stuff, and a loop to come out and grab this stuff. Or it'll be off of a loop. And the ultimate goal is to build a uranium fuel rod plant right here that's using 2100 uranium a minute from the 5 nodes around the map. And they're going to be drone ported into that location, turned into 50.4 fuel rods a minute, which are going to go into reactors, creating waste. The waste will go into plutonium. Plutonium waste will go into fixonium. And it's going to burn in reactors in this area until there's no waste left. That's one of my overarching goals for this playthrough. So I do have a lot of temporary shit, but it's temporary with a limit, I guess you could say. Turbo diamonds and pink diamonds, stunning converters. So it still takes... That doesn't seem like it's... Hold on a second. So, okay, so it's 20 coal to 1 diamond. This would give me 20 coal to 3 diamonds. Well, 30 coal. So it's 15 coal, no, 10 coal to a diamond instead of 20. Throwing in a couple turbo fuel. That's actually not bad. Because I've got packaged turbo fuel. This seems OP as shit, though. Because this takes it out of a particle accelerator, and it's just using quartz crystal. And it's 8 coal to a diamond. This seems like a really good choice. Let's select that reward. Oh, petroleum coke to it. Yeah, let's grab the turbo diamonds. Whatever. Oh, the petroleum coke one? Well, I'll grab it when the next one comes out. Oh, the quartz diamonds? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to obviously get. get done before I get too crazy with some stuff. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. It's gonna suck those up real quick. Well, at least with those making it, it'll make it fairly quick. Yeah. We'll get it done. Alright, good. We get a fair amount of crystal oscillators. I can start finishing up some floors. Yeah, I think that's where we're going to leave it. We got a few things unlocked. We've got Mark 6 belts now. We can start getting stuff done. Yeah, I've still got a bunch of machines in places and stuff like that too, so I want to say I've got around 40 or so summer sloops. I've got like, this is slooped right now, that's slooped, that's slooped. These 4 machines are all slooped. This 7, 11, 15, 17, or 19, whatever. Yeah, I'm around 40 of them or so. There's 106 total on the map. And then you need a couple to unlock the tree in the MAM. Actually, hold on a second. Oh, alright, yeah. Can't do that one yet. That one I can do, though. Yeah, you need a couple for upgrades in the tree. So I'm saying, like, there's 106 on the map, and you need, what, 1 there, 2, 3. So you use 3 in this tree. I think you use 3 in total. Augmenters, yeah, it's 10 each. But realistically, how many augmenters do you need if you start doing like nuclear or rocket fuel power plants? I mean, augmenters are nice for the 10%, but you can make ridiculous power without the augmenters. Morning, MacGyver. So, I mean, like, I've got 1 over on top of my power switching building, my central power bank, if you will, just for aesthetics. It's where all of my power feeds come into, my factories come out of, so if I ever have a short circuit, I can go there and completely reboot my my setup. And yeah, I mean, I'm making like 150, around 143 with the 1 augmenter. And even right now, I'm only max consuming 62. Yeah, it looks cool as hell, which is why I have one on top of the building. And then the building got done in the same colors as that. The central, like, laser. I tried to mimic the colors best I could for the building. I think I want to go put a bunch of signs on the outside of it to give it that glowing look, too. Excellent. Yeah. Next time around, focus is going to be on getting 1200 belts put in. We've got some upgrades to make. It's going to change things around quite a bit. Good stuff today. Signs. Probably sounded like science, but signs make it glow. There. That one. Nope. Not that one. Damn it. And I hate that it doesn't automatically do that. But yeah, put signs on it so it can glow. Give it that glowy look. I just hide all my lights. At least between floors. Keep some of the glare down. But, with that said, I'm going to run out of here. I've got to go get some sleep before I've got to be up for the day again. We're going to raid out. We're going to go raid somebody I haven't raided for a while. She's playing some Satisfactory. Or, you know what? No, let's go raid Boomhauer. Why not? We'll leave you guys all with Boom. As I get this raid kicked off, I do want to say a big thanks to everybody for coming and hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. Bad Company, Impact 7, Craven Black, Evil Reyes, thank you all for the raids. Greatly appreciated. Thank you guys all for the follows. You're very welcome, Booma. I will be back again later on today for sure. I've got that car appointment to go take care of. But this afternoon, I will be back again live. We'll be picking things back up where we left off. We're going to go get our Mark 6 belts done. We're going to go from there, get back into finishing out the rest of the factory, getting things brought online, and working towards that goal of nuclear. But until then, I want you all to take care, stay safe, have a fantastic rest of your day. Let's go say hi to Mr. Boomhauer, and we'll catch you all later.